It is definitely a Tuesday. Also, just a heads up to everyone. Mercury Gatorade is in full swing and is not leaving us until the end of November. So it will be quite the month of turmoil. So be good to yourself. Give yourself the grace because it's gonna be one hot fucking mess. It is definitely raging, my friend. I was not my best today. Quite rage induced. It was fueled of pure anger and sadness at the same time. So quite the volatile combination. So yeah. It's gonna be an interesting month. So brace yourself. Be as good as you can to yourself, because it's gonna be fucking atrocious. Let's just say it. But I hope you're doing as best as you possibly could. I'm trying to look at the positives. Today was our last heat wave, as you can say. We're finally getting some good weather, actual fall weather. I'm excited. We're gonna get rain, a lot of rain, and yeah, this is ideal for me. Like, I like it when it's in the 60s. Anything lower than that is when I'm like, you know me. I'm still hot-blooded as ever. But it's enough where I don't have to necessarily worry about overheating. So I think it's perfect balance. Yeah, I'm hoping some Ryanosuke and some lovely baddies will help me. It's been 84 years since wanting to do this finale. I was pushing hard for it, and then like, oh no, the last case is quite long, and this is the first game, mind you. We will definitely be continuing with the series. You know how I am. I'm gonna probably also do a little bit of Apollo Justice in the future. It's not my favorite one of the series, but it's definitely part of it, and we need to do that for sure. Hi, Fee. Thank you so much for coming on in, showing your support. I hope you're doing well, babe. I know. Again, like I said, I was talking about it earlier. It's rough on all ends. Freaking the Gatorade be Gatorading. But we'll see how long tonight's stream lasts. I plan on finishing it. I don't think I'm gonna start the next game. It doesn't feel right, and especially because mostly when I've been doing it is I've been posting these VODs, so that way there's like, I don't know, like a record of these streams, because since Twitch doesn't have the best track record of keeping your data, this way at least I can have the data there up and running. So I'm also gonna try my best to do a little bit more than just VODs. We'll see, okay? One step at a time. I have a lot on my plate and I want to do a lot of things, but I also have to be realistic about it. So I gotta do with what I can do in, my capacity right now. Maybe I can start more of it next year. Like, I'm thinking maybe starting off doing some of that, like, content in January. So maybe we could tackle that together. But yeah. Let's start. Let's stop the music and let's start the drama. God, it's been so long. It feels so weird because I've been so hyper-focused on Legends ZA. And of course, I love that freaking game. I absolutely love it. I'm going to still keep playing it for sure. And we will definitely be doing shiny hunts as always. as you could tell, last week was all shiny hunts because that's all I was thinking about. Like I wanted some, like I was honed in, baby. But yeah, I know we'll be definitely doing more of that throughout the rest of the year. So yeah, nice newness to the year. Get used to doing some more edits than just kind of clips thing. And I've been also want to be a little bit more on top of making more clips, because the thing is sometimes it's like so hyper focused on playing the game and it being entertaining and whatnot, like where it's just like if there's something funny going on, you need to clip that immediately. So I think I created a button for that just in case, and then just edit it out. All right, let's do this. Oh, also guys, I don't know if you know this, there is some Phasmo has it's going to be released tomorrow, I think. They have a new map, and it's a diner, and it looks very promising. So I hope to at least play that with you guys soon. I want to definitely do more Phasmo when we have the chance, so we'll see about that. Many promises to the future, but oh my god, even just hearing this music gives me so much joy. Let's do this. Yeah, the new Phasmo map, the Nell's Diner. It's great. There's a new drop actually for that. We'll work that out. Let's see. Continue. 10 plus $1 million. Oh my god, baby. Thank you so much. Look at where it stopped. It already tells you it was literally right before ZA dropped. That's what we've been doing this entire time. Let's go. All right. Ah, Gina. How are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why get into all this trouble and fight so hard for likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you got have your doubts about me now. Can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell me what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. All right, then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the straight 2 to 1 to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what we don't want people reading. So that's why you lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when... What do you think? I nearly died. I did. And the next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter, was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? Hound of the something or other is here. I want to see it. I'm sorry, lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. Sorry, hold on. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to say it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me in and see and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars' convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. But could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right there. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, say. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off too, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there it was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quickest as like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew... Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. It'll be all right, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bug tried off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that era of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'll be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And even when I was on a ship, I was also accused of murder. You see the trend? And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Bruno.
But there was only one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. My partner. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy. I cried. But even then, somewhere inside, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Ah, the gay. A wild far-fetched in chat. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar?
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris.
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
It's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Mr. Naruhodo, Alright. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head in the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. We gotta add a hillbilly there. I mean, there's too much British voices going on. I can't do it. I gotta make it interesting. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is at last the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too. Partner. Partner. Let's go. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh, I'm back, bitches. Did you miss me? I missed you too. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precise of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness was just arriving in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Now I want fish and chips. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such a short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
I know. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what this is all about?
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume?
Yes, I was. Why do I sound like James from Team Rocket? Something to do with a murder that took place at Pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. James!
Thank you for the check-in. That is the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Oh, yes. Gladly, my lord. Gladly.
Yeah, that is definitely James in disguise. Look at that freaking dance moves.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place of the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene of the crime. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
So you deny the accusations completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at last. At least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. While I have my own fish and chips, yes. Delicious.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies, you are?
Ryunosuke Norahodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So...
Oh shit.
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. You're still holding it, Ryu. All right. It's time, baby. All right. Actually, also, hold on. Let's do this. Since it's been a while since we've saved. There we go. We're safe. We're good now. Hold on.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such.
But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants.
Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples.
Spare me the science lesson. I hate it. Who is this Sholmes character anyway?
Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective.
So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective?
A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Oh? Hello?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What, mate?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
God blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that you thought with the court?
Hey, me thoughts, I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, If we have some arms are like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Where they took the ball, of course, it was 2 days ago and can't be hit up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying from, oh, elf bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about.
As you're holding your shoulder.
Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow court and an official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse.
Well, you know what? You know what I would do about this? Even though it probably don't have it. Where is, oh my god. Where is Gumshoe's, metal detector? Oh yeah, I'll bring it right now. That's right. We'll double check right now. There's a bullet in there. I know it.
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. And I've already said I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Where's Jessie? I need her desperately. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with pawnbrokering establishment when the man was killed.
Alright, so...
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Huzzah!
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Come again, sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon?
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. The young Japanese assistant and the accused were all present, as I recall. There's a crime and shit.
And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now,
Yes?
I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not going to lie and pretend I don't remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Grexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks.
Yes, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? There's something sus around here. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Renaud? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks? Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information would become a valuable weapon.
All right. I think it's gonna be the last statement. Hold on. All right. And if that's the case, where's the music box disc?
Haha!
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn. In Mr. Winterberg's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on this disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good, great, gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! And give me some shakes with that. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Wait for it, baby. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own of a pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Princess Bride is my favorite, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying, for Mr. McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good Lord, Mr. Creighton. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbanks in order to get his hands on Mr. McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. I am at the edge of my seat.
Let's go. Okay, hold on. Yes, hold it! Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has connection to Mr. McGilded. Evidence.
Oh?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. No, it's not. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Von Zakes?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out. There's no end to liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
I didn't know he was a dog.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Drama. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Huzzah! How did you have this then, bitch?
Objection.
This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true.
Oh, shit! Cap that! Look at that smug look. Hell yeah! You use that learned friend? You tell him, Ryu.
What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Winterbanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Winterbanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Gah. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there was adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I would simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks? I know you want to be a dark, skulky vampire man, trying to be all hot and shit, but, get to it.
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras. Hades red-handed recorders again!
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter when Mr. Winterbanks received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on the ticket, McGillard's small box has been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items on the shop front. Now, what I have here is print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident, and that's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
I love the little Easter eggs on there.
And there we have another print. This was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
We're gonna do the whole thing again. God.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. But before we go cold, save, motherfucker, save. Yes, I will. Thank you. I'm proud of you, boy. Am I talking to myself? Yes, I am.
All right. I see it. I see it. I see it.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one of the positive motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number presented in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokers on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. Ugh. No, Rio, don't give up. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box. Oh, yes, I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
Come on, see it! You can't see it? So, Counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position, baby? It seems, in fact, that on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be something hidden discrepancy in these two photographic...
Yes, there is. Point out the discrepancy.
I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, Counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Okay,
Right here. This one.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What? You're telling I'm not doing my job?
Yeah, I'm telling you, you're not doing your job.
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Wait. Unbelievable.
It kills me that he's using that mechanism. You look so silly.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was not stolen from Winterbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf and nothing was stolen, which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things?
It changes everything.
I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winterbanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial? The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Rabble, 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 rabble.
He looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me.
And then just fades. We should have a report within half an hour.
All right, guys, there is going to be an ad break right now. So let's give this our chance to stretch, hydrate, get some stuff, and we'll be right back to continue with the case. Thank you guys for sticking through that. We are back from the break. And now let's continue with more of the drama. All right. 1 second. Here we go.
I think perhaps we should have recess for a short while until the evidence. You're telling me this now? I could have done it for the break. Until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. Don't make me use my gavel on you, boy. Your boat is not the only thing that has steer.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. It's not like Team Rocket hasn't done this a million times.
I still think Team Rocket is the best team. Anyway. Ugh. That is my boomer take, I'm sorry.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. As a skunk tank in Chat. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box just in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if gold or jewels, is it? Oh goodness, no, Mr. McGilded was such rich enough. But you can't deposit cash in pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, yes.
Well,
What's the matter, Uno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know that Discus is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's
acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny,
Could it be that Von Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
but maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry, what do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
All right, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here?
We have to have her testify.
My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box.
Hold on.
I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? Huh? What are you trying to do, boy? To what end?
It's to do with various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It would prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
What the fuck? Okay, very well, if you have no problem. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
There is no hat on you, dumb bitch.
Then I shall bid you a good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish. Fuck you.
All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilded have deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are all again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell?
Huh?
Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
what?
And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, you don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. All right then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
You love the drama, bro. Come on. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, will you now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago? You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it, then. Everything's going to come out. As it should. Like Von Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down on by my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take a risk.
Let go. The truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin on omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out of under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from overhead that the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to pawn shop runabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have abdicated in the error in Mr. Gilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and my learned friend entirely excusable. Rabble, rabble, rabble. I don't believe it. The whole trail was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilda fellow was rotten to the core, just like her. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in it together. Exterminate. And now you're late.
Wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Narada, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. I really expect to believe that.
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? Put an operation to get that man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows a witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Huh? Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
All right.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGillet was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talk a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but I'd say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind? There's a wild Togepi in chat. Shit, hold on. Let me even try to catch it. Please, stay here then. Stay in the boat.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. He was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
Yeah. That's what gave me away. Alright.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen. I heard no one. Bloody hell, fucking Togepi! About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First, there was kind of rapping noise. Alright.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver put up the house. God, I can't talk, I'm sorry. The driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? The movie? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to naught, the two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slopes.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes, she also participated in the trial, I believe.
Oh, Beppo!
A fellow who went by the name Beppo, if memory serves.
Poor Beppo. He never got the book of the Beppo.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before and handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and watch I've got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quipping with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off a lick. Then the bogwater called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly?
Wait a second. Hold on. What the fuck are they doing?
Excuse me!
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon?
I was like, wait a second, because like their backs are turned. What the fuck is happening?
Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Oh, what? Blimey. Trying to give me a heart attack. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about?
Discussion what, this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, I'm so sorry, my lord.
What were those two talking about?
Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Rena.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have got to get as much information as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press on every statement. All right, I already did it, so I just need to do it for the last statement. Because I did all of them. So I just need to do the last one. Huzzah!
Hold it!
Threatened you? How exactly?
told me I'd only be the scotper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on the ticket for the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGildet have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGildet had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Well, I'll be.
Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGildet took what he wanted by force, and at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGillet's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after its trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own?
Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking about no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGildet was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord! Oh, my lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Rabble, 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 rabble.
The mysterious little box deposited by McGildet 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that this is a key piece in the far-reaching puzzle.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Let's go, okay.
We're going places, we're doing things.
Damn right I'm gonna say. Who do you think I am?
There's the box.
So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGildet 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Winbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Huh. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box house is a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGiller's disc deposited at Windibanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGillard's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilder?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. White, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? What the hell, dog? The music box and the disc are, well, they are unrelated to the case. No, no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some billy bit of music.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property.
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Oh?
What on earth is this? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. Oh yeah, baby. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I would be surprised if the officer set to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Bloody hell. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on.
Hold on.
Oh, it's all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Is this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue?
Yes, it could be a new clue.
I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could be any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, and if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Riddle me this. Oh, sure. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say? You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've showed us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well,
Let me see. Hold on. Let me, first of all, save.
You know, save. 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 Save.
Okay. Let's double check here for a second. Let's check the court record. Can we examine the box? Wait, the newspaper? Okay, let's examine that for a second. Broker perishes in pig purse plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean.
but tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Perhaps?
Protects planet? What is she's not Captain Planet, Iris.
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Captain Planet, he's the hero. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as we look. Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old? Iris certainly has a finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted. But how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday?
Perhaps it could be. It could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Naha! Nice bit of evidence, as it were. That's why everything is just so sus. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. You genius girl, you. All right, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that it's producing some significance that it isn't musical. What you say? Ah! Could it be? Is that these sounds are...
Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. You guys are too smart for me. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend present proof now.
Thank you, babe.
Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. All right, then. This could be the best chance I'm going to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in the music box disc is this.
Is it today's paper? Yeah, because we added more to it.
Take that!
The today's paper, Counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpocket Blunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd do it a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted, and I leaked to the various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Well, I found Jesse.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order! 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 Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Counsel! Deserving of capital judgment!
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I may have expect you to know.
For our sovereign government, confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
Team Rocket has been blasted away again!
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been paddling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in the trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being most flagitious offence for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You got to let us have a rabbit in the pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Ness Skulkin. Occupation is a professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, and we ain't baddies enough to sell out on Mother Island.
That's right, we're not. We what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Fucking A. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiation with McGillis anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the golf the other night and look, we told us not to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin,
Once Mr. Do, Governor, what's up?
do I take it that you now admit to the crime? There's a wild swirlix chat. That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did.
Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rot are getting us all mixed up with all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be straight up talk.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit into the court record as evidence.
Let's go, beaches. All right.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-leveled officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop.
Let me guess.
Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lovely as you'll be led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing telegraphs used by the ministry. and Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees can possibly understand them. Oh no, stop, must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team.
Oh, she's roasting you. She's spitting facts. She's revealing everything.
He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. Jesse, why are you doing this? And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row by now.
That's fascinating.
Stop it, Jesse, please. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your fucking mouth shut, bitch.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Okay.
Hold it!
They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks generally shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics of use, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. And when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you can only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using this music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use the music box to somehow play back Morse code? You know what? Let's give it a try. There's still every possibility that the music box was instrumental in leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established the Morse code tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel.
All right, guys. Another ad break is happening, so let's stop it right over here. Let me quickly save, because when shits go down, you never know. And then we'll be right back in a few minutes. Thank you guys for sticking through that ad break. And now let's continue. I already got a little bit more water here. Hey. Alright, got some water in me. Let's continue.
You had better present your idea at once, Council. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code?
Well, I'll tell you what, motherfucker. The fuck is this?
Oh. What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes nothing. Naha! Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would play back at the same time.
Well, what have we here? I present this.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sound of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disco discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Hold on while I clean my glasses. They've gotten a little bit smudgy. There's a wild old terrier in chat. Hold on. I need it. Gimme.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah? Who is he? Silly me thought we was just popping off on matter after all of them, but the rot had a dodgy job for us.
Yes, I got it. Thank God.
Hey, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all of them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of buddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's no China. Huh? Okay.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Skulkin.
What? What, mate?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I just remember in the old days, that's all. We used to have red or left going way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah.
With Ash, I mean, look at it now, his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add and mave it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But we was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with small ideas like we'd never get off the right heads.
Oh, blimey. Ain't that truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run? There was a court guy.
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, they guys ask us questions, don't they? And it was what answering.
Yeah, we ain't got nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you or your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
Add it to the testimony.
My lord,
Yes, counsel?
the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
God damn it, these guys are funny.
Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run. Go, them were the days.
Right,
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme where I go back when we was youngsters. They were fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what we call's all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what?
The business name.
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah,
That's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
oh right. I thought clever clogs like you had worked that one out. That's... Uh-huh.
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't...
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at that mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well...
It weren't the happiest of comes, Dad. Come.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money and such. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will be thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Middleton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important.
Okay.
All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiations Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago in the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seemed to be as watertight as ever.
Hold on.
They killed its case notes. Mason Milverton. There is a connection. There is a connection. Okay.
I wonder if the key to making us headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers?
Well, you know what? Take that.
Mr. Ashley Middleton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gotten by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, Counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we know understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Or did you mean to say Saint Alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton is not the case of the... Is it not that the case of the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't...
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father.
Yeah, oh. Dear me.
It's one of my favorite twirls I've ever seen.
The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music boxes to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker made his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago, and attempted to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of Skulkin Brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Hey, we never nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
As, rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this was actually began on the fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shone's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust someone calm and back slum thieves. Huh. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. As a spinnerack and chat. And that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Huh. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Huh. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shone's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun. Clearly, you must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterback that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you ever never consider the possibility?
What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, that makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What? Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You... What? Order! 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 Well, give me some fries, please. It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claims is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Here we go. Ugh.
While these ruffians are jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself into the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee the safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. And then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
How does that make any sense when she had the gun in her fucking hand?
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I'm calling you out right now, bitch. That's not convincing.
Order, order, order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of murder I didn't commit. Take that, bitches. So you see my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really?
Hold on, guys.
If her coat would somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science. Not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here in science as in law. Theories must be proven before they stand. Yes, argue with him. Show him. Attack his shins. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. And if they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Yeah, but we know whose blood that is. They might use it as evidence, though, because there's no DNA. There was no DNA, testing back then.
That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGildet, who was wearing the coat at the same time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. I'm sorry, my boy. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh boy.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Ginny will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination!
Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Okay. Here we go.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in my life.
Yeah, we're just regular mind-man burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say we're near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help my little prof, but the gold geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
So I pulled my gun on the fella, and that made him a scalper.
The pair of you setting up upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you!
Sorry, Gov.
When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was exactly the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
and the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it appeared. No, when I looked at my arm, I sort of was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he wouldn't even notice I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then scarpered through the door and went back.
At which point, what did you do?
Okay. Hold on. You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening about half about let see that there from outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you burglaring brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well?
No, I didn't see nothing of sort.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place?
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised a gun and pointed straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was with Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that pickpocketed girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded at the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
I saw the blood splatter over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her?
Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now.
Okay, nothing's happening, clearly.
It would have coat with such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from the McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
So annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
They won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she...
Alright.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on the side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon.
But yes, but the murder weapon still has not been found. None of this adds up.
Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
Okay. What's not happening? So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours, truly. I felt the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up?
We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whiston Flute ever told us to tidy up.
He thinks I'll blame in mums sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Oh? What the? Bro, what the?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen?
Something wrong, Sunshine.
That should be my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this dude's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him? He grabbed my whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got in down station?
And why didn't you?
Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole on the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing your my rag sometimes, not hurt, are you?
Cool, blimey, seen the way you're looking at me? I'm telling ya, this dude's giving me willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't be normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, we know. I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. God damn it, I want fish and chips!
My lord! Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I had results of the death that was ordered earlier, my lord.
The blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End report. Goodness me!
Let me pirouette for everyone, see? What did I tell you?
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGillard's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it bally disgrace. Treachery, well, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that. Problem pop out, it can't be done. But we used Mr. Sholmes specially.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Perushki to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How could you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with blood with the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has someone to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Goddamn. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict.
Oh, God. Another bottle. The defense has consistently failed to unpick the witness testimony. Here's to an attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I just don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? What? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Huh? Oh my God! Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
Oh my God, hold on.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes!
What? What is the meaning of this?
The man, the legend.
Order! What the fuck is happening?
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I should be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Honey, it really is you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me.
In what matter? Manners, sir.
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Haven't spent so long already. We weren't wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
What? Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. You're so right. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah!
Kitty! Yes, Wagahai. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat. It make cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. She really is.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, but I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? You've got to figure it out by yourself, then. That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow? Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night, but why? Think, man, think! Your 5 minutes is up while I finish another bottle. Just so I predicted it. I predicted it. We're out of time already. Listen, when you have a good time with Sholmes, you 5 minutes is not enough. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Miss Ariba.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhito?
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. So I must save!
Yes, I did not get a floor just because Eternal Flowette. Eternal Flowette. My baddie. My bestie. What a true baddie. Eternal Flowette.
My lord, the defense requests a summation examination. No,
Further cross-examination. A summation examination is not going to do much.
further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Oh, ho, ho, ho. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What?
It would appear that rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
It didn't end. Yep, it was interrupted.
Thank you, officer. Very well.
Yep, temporarily suspended. Yep, yeah boy, you forgot about that. So nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
yep, that was they couldn't have made that summation. They couldn't have done that.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Thank you. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well, then, Mr. Naruhuda, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. I freaking love him. He's been holding out this entire time. He's like, well, now I can just fucking faint.
Mr. Sholmes!
oh my god.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Well, okay, this is a perfect time, guys. Let me just quickly save. There is another break coming in, and I need to actually get something to eat. So aside from hydration, I also need sustenance. So, we'll be right back. I'll try to keep it pretty short, but we'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, we are back from break.
I got my food. I was able to chomp down a little bit because I'm feeling it. All right, let's do this. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Yeah, I got me some air-fried dumplings. And some edamame. Let's do it. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Yes. Enjoy, baby, enjoy.
Well then, Counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. It won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. That's right. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. Yeah, see, that's the way you slapped your face, Urbane and Tawny. Yeah, I said it. You cannot be Ryunosuke Nurahodo, okay? You may be fans of Ace Attorney, but you can't slap your face like him. You cannot. You can't. You can imitate but not duplicate, baby. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
All right, here we go. Oh, the music has changed. Just to prove how dire the situation is. Through the people in the door. Really? Well.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. That's why Susato is the GOAT.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said so as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean. I don't like riddles.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. No,
Objection!
this is a fart. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I had left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, Counsel. I told you I don't like riddles.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order! Is there any chance any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick and designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that place could cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh, yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Kiwi, time for dinner. Oh my god. She literally used it. Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flap my cat flap creates are all of fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole underbanks is an exact match.
I've been taken down by a girl.
A 10-year-old girl at that, you bastard! Hey, old Sicky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people and dimensions are perfect fit for the contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Well, I can also prove that too. Hold on, bitch, hold on.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry? Sorry, I'm eating dumplings. This is very delicious. Lord Van Zeeks.
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, which cannot justify to the fact, there is no proof.
For as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Vanzix. Well, Counsel,
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. I must save! Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door were Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event, not before.
All right, there's a photograph, right? Let me examine. Yeah, see, there's no peephole there.
Take that!
What are you? A print form from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any case to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel?
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused muscly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
Yes, but look at the goddamn fucking door.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. No.
Team Rocket has been blasted away again!
Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated his claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly,
Good Lord, that's more, Lord Vanzix.
the defense may have established a reprehensible incident of perjury. That is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
What?
And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Typical white man.
Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? as Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Iris, please. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Making no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court, explain this alleged inconsistency? Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. These show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the people. The point is that not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course, the place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads had thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the order to officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through them all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop? Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence from the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon had maintained that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Fernzix?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report.
Oh, that is very convenient.
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you.
Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. A wild, undefined ghost? Ooh.
Try to catch that. Let's see.
You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
This motherfucker right here.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You have better have some proof to substantiate this rash claim, my learned friend.
Wow! Screw you, unidentified ghost! Rude!
Consider the fact. We have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned that if only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed. Preparations for testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon could have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was a third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received this information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess of my case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true, I had a number of questions regarding the incidents that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where illicit discussions can possibly...
Dude, they were literally whispering next to each other. I've just remembered something, Renault.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during the testimony.
Yep.
It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Well, I'll be giving away confidential details so that all I can see bloke.
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make most sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need some to remind the inspector that if I found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nippany student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to his baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Oh, I will. Hold on. I just need to finish this dumpling. Thank you. Bruno, Do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector... What the fuck do you think it is, bitch? The second music disc.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, it is not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the beaten Nora could you...
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 sticks at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah! Order, goddamn!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this.
I'll be taking whatever is in the McGilders down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. It's mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secret leak from the ministry. And to do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realised there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of this music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation a deal was struck between these two men.
No!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is as we speak here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon the palm of his hand.
Yep, hold on. And we know where it is, baby. Hold on.
Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has a second exactly on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspectors search at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jenny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector? Yes. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulting me and my profession quite enough. However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, then I'll be happily submit a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
Hold on. Ryu. He did this shit on purpose. He has it on someone else's body. Hold on, my glasses got smudgy again. Bear with, my friends, bear with. I'll give you the answer right now, BB. You got this.
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which now tether my learned student friend? You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of this inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand yours and you're severely reprimanded. That sounds serious?
Indeed, to have visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Reno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally questioning a search inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else! Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nippony stubbornness may be hot in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough, a button hide. Very well then. Bailiff!
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost at sea, lost at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Rabble. Hold on. Oh? Reno is doing what you all told him to do. And having the courage of his convictions. So you respect that and listen to what he says in good faith. Because that's the British way. Oh, Iris. That is definitely not the British way. But you're adorable. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eager to await his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request a search now?
Von Zeeks! No.
This little pipsqueak.
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never. Eh? Blimey. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Essex,
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
bailiff, carry out the search.
No, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no desk. Cut it out.
Here, my lord, I'm in the witness pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
Bloody hell.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you seen for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. Gordon Flamin Bennett. Gordon Ramsay. I don't know what I'm talking about. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, please explain to me like I'm 5 years old. I don't have time for this shit. Why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that Inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior? I'm an old man now. What is memory?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Okay, I'm not gonna... Just, yeah, there you go. See when he was manhandling him.
Yeah, he did that no. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as a brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got your down the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that what he did. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He did it. By George, he's got it. You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted that item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under the direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched in here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all pretense? Well, and now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it, yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon,
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
but then, how did you explain the reason why you knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about.
You... What?
Yeah, this is gonna take a while. God damn it. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this as nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I'm done, it's been in the name of justice.
Okay, Batman.
So, as members of the public of this fine country, I just like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely I have encountered such extraordinary tumultuous in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence that be presented, I believe it is time that we put matters to the jury of this final... Hold on.
Let me save. I think I remember what I'm like. Hold on.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I am sympathized with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Oh, please, don't give me that bullshit.
As a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Okay.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say.
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions.
I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Reno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. Okay, come on.
I'm gonna go against Gregson. I'm gonna reel him in. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence that I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence that gains the detective to admit clearly struck with Graydon. Where's the music box 6? But the other one. Wait, where's the other one? Okay, let's. I don't think it matters.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGiller's music box disc, Counsel?
Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGiller's special music box ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, the disc, Counsel! No, wait. I can't let you do that.
Why not?
But because well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Not through, Inspector.
Hey?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Game theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, you're not met pet. We're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that. It's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Oh shit, he told you. Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh This is why Ryu is the GOAT, okay? Phoenix would not go this far. He's like, I don't give a shit if I become British enemy number 1. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Yes!
The seal boot. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
No!
Mr. Van Zeeks. I mean, Lord Van Zeeks, I'm sorry. I didn't know your game.
Very well. The defense stance here and that of prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. There's a rat-a-tat in chat. Anyone wants a rat? Nobody does. Fuck that rat. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with a second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen, it's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Wherever you walk, for the love of God, shut the blaming box up.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Stop. What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here and stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! First, you there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and I told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole on the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongfully accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank.
You... Traitor!
Oh shit! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Rabble, 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 rabble.
That's it then. It's all over.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did not nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set out, studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell the government secrets.
I'm gonna snooze for a little bit. We're almost there.
Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in slums wake me up in small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of this crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him while I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once done a music box marker's apprentice. I imagine his skills were sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail, old man. The poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine
has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were talking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Now, for why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge? This is getting interesting, as anyone with even the remotest knowledge of a man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background of it all.
I'd make plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing in my arrogance. Arrangements 2 months ago, I knew exactly who's to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice the monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
Was it? Why don't I remember this part? McGilded's death that day was caused by this man?
Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me in the courtroom.
What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes in the schedule.
Oh, well, I must be taking trucks now. Just time for the inspection. They're going to be examining the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he would be examining the omnibus.
That's right. An imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was just doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Yes. There was indeed the mention of the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it was removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention.
So then,
As promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
what's this? Winterbank's Pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so 'tis. You can use it to redeem an article I have deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn of you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is likely an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know you were looking for?
From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGillicud's pawns. Then he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed was to do the wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGill's overcoat and the one disc that was in the pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it was already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGillicud was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we got sorted gathering the fellas' possessions, examining whatever we had laid eyes on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard. We had to keep it out quiet as it could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night? With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGillicud on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside?
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately, for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
Sorry, Jail.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night.
Oh, shit. Goddamn!
The silence is deafening. So quiet.
Earlier, you called McGillicud a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGillicud. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. You don't have to tell me twice, goddammit. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah, yeah?
It is time for the final abdicate. God, I can't talk. Adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Caradeb Squadron, standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go! Let's bust those flames, baby! Oh, yeah, justice.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music boxes contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that...
Oh, it's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole word seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. Unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
I can't help it, it's my hyperfixation. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain minstrel, sacred sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. I mean, listen, Ryu. Same, because I would want to know. I love how Iris is just very quiet. She knows something.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
to which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina,
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at some. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Yes, it's a party, bitches! Confetti and fireworks! Yes! This is how we do it here. Yes! There we go! Explosion!
I love how Gina was able to do that. She was allowed to do that.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh? Some talk right here. Give him a nice glass of wine there, Von Zieks. Come on. Don't be the only one enjoying it. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. What? Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. A lover? Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. All right, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
God, I can't wait for the next one. Ugh, we're almost done, my friends. What does Galanoon even mean? I know what a Lanoon is, but Galeen, is that just because it's a girl? Whatever.
It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in. I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption. Who's it? Wait, is it Holmes?
I fucking knew it! But what the deuce does a man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Shoes!
Yes, it was me all along, you see?
I can't. I love him so much.
I'd assumed you'd have taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely managed my knowledge of them to the man, and he happily assured me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations on an order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Oh my god. Feel my icy hands? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are on all of you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Who's that half-hopped head?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial is working on winds up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I say it, the Reaper's a bit like, him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like, God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got wrong end of stick. There's some codes like that bug rotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds in this world, so I ain't scared. I've got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give a rest, right?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are.
there you are, Hurley. How long you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure really.
I beg your pardon.
Sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Ouch! Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog rotten stuff, what in the lug, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade.
Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
I'll do.
Yes?
Oh shit. Here she goes.
Oh. What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... thanks, Otto. Aw. Thank you for everything, what you done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see again.
Well, quite the indomitable pick, puss.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
I know. How silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Oh no. Ugh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get to the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright, then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It has record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
All right, then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But, there won't be a train, surely. We wouldn't be able to be that lucky.
Oh? What do you think I am, Miss Narahuda?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for Special Express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. That's me. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport directives of foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive.
Elementary? Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
It's so funny how I thought this was going to be a short stream. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Usato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. Mrs. Susato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
It's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Oh, I love her so much. Sweet baby.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the people, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's band.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't have noticed for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later in that night.
I see.
And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Nasaharu. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door?
As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to reframe her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing?
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato,
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
oh,
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
what you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand. Using that people was a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly.
Hold on, I need to drink.
Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking secret government communications.
No doubt they were hidden in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you.
A. So. Gi. What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait. Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't have been written plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just seemed to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered, added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the IROHA pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in the Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Fusato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me to the message, please.
Of course. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever it is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on the disc?
The second, A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Greguson.
Geregu? Gregson?
It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
And what's his name be doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Mr. Sato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of something disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy would be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Well... No, it's not very likely, really. Is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound to Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Miss Osato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Don't make me cry. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah!
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the Suspiria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Ah, yes, the cutscene. Let's go.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Oh my god, Wagahai's there.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Aha! Trials and tribulations! Of course you know that. You would.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Truly, I wish as well. But that's why we love him. Our sweet baby.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we could never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
What? Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Susato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Huh?
All right, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like, bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Let's go!
Shu Takumi, man. You genius, you.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it had transpired, I had ordered them all by myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
God. I love that they decided to just go ham with him. Capitalism got him.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript's due tomorrow. When I'm this busy, Hurley always cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
I love you, Iris.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Ready to bag combined coins hide under rest stakes themselves. Well, I do know some knows his father and he's a man. Are you calling me son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. I'm done with your fucking shit. Having delivered the Russian dancer to the shore Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wegai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal? It's not fair! After credits are golden, man. Golden. Scientific investigation will be gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Dude.
His designs are so good in this game. I love it. Like you look at him and he's suspicious as fuck.
The last Ron's magazine is out. You know, I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Clock, 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 clock.
Her ladyship puts me to shame.
Sir, all I know is that I crave freaking fish and chips and I hate you for it.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course, Joni. My old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg, what? Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. Hoping the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man in the house is his own maid.
Let's go. Oh my god, these guys.
My radio's back on the beat again. I can see the reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting around with small change. I'm a better Bobby now. Looking out for Londoners that drop or happy pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Peg. Oh, really? Looks like I'm gonna be doing the time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for Nata, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. With regrets, please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the ash we used to know.
Go out and plan to come back and Milton and Simpkins Milk Run, right? The three must go what's its milk in the neighbor for all it's worth.
I can't. It's fucking pirouettes and shit. This guy's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with my many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. A picture. I love it so much. We did it, guys. We got through the first game. I also love this part because it's just like it's a walking the walking sprites. It's just going through the timeline. But I can't get through it. I can't skip it, I think, unfortunately. Yeah, see, it says pause. But it's so cute. They really went through, like, all of this is so, ugh. These games, man. But it also tells you how tall everyone is. Ah, yes, this bitch. This felt so long ago. I'm trying to remember when I started. Like, I know I was doing, like, really long streams and going through the entire case per stream, but I think I started in September, right? I think so. Oh, these guys... Of course the Russians were tall. Especially that one. That must be Ivor's ancestor. You know it. The Fist of Justice. Listen, I gotta connect Pokemon into this somehow. No! Kazuma, come back! No! No! Damn you, ballerina! Don't leave me! Yeah, I don't know if I can escape this. I mean, it's really cute, but it literally goes through the entire, like, storyline. Now he's carrying the sword. And carrying Kazuma's sword. His soul. Karuma. Beppo. Good old Beppo. That bitch is still frozen? I can't. Thank you for the localizations, my friends.
Ah, yes, here I am. I'm waiting for you. Took you long enough to walk. But first.
So adorable.
Come on. Come on. Natsumi! Do your moves. Show 'em what you got. Okay, no. Fine.
Iris, this is so cute. Come on. That's right. That's right. There goes the gang. And there goes there goes Von Zeke's boot. Yes. What a man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I'm sorry, Edgelord. You don't compare. He's an eternal zaddy. The more ruffles you have, the more hot you get. He is ready to paint. Shoot that gun, girl. I think it's getting close to the end. I would assume so. We went through all the cases. Yep, there it is. Capcom. That's right, my boys. The dance of deduction. First game over. It's so sweet. Wait a second. There's no end. I'm trying to remember. That's it. That's it. Right? That's it? Yep. That's it. For now. Thank you guys for sticking through that, and I snoozed the ads for like how many times because we were so close to the ending, but this is it, guys. We will be back with the second game probably, I'm thinking sometime next week, because I do want to continue for sure. Or maybe for the holiday season, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But thank you so much for sticking through with this long stream, longer than expected. I thought we were gonna finish in 2 hours. Of course not. Not with these dramatic ass games. But we'll be back on Thursday for what was on my schedule? I forgot. Probably Animal Crossing. But we'll be back here on Thursday for some chill times, for chill vibes. And yeah, we'll see you guys then. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves, treat yourselves, all right? It's too late to even try to raid somebody, but just have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys later on. Good night.